I would always watch my dad work with the cars, and like he was a mechanic, he would constantly work in the engine. My grandpa, he was a carpenter, so I always watched him work with the hands and work with tools. And when I came here to the academy, I saw the similar vibe. I would always watch my dad work with the cars, and like he was a mechanic, he would constantly work in the engine.
My sister actually did a lot of circuits, and I wanted to do it myself, but I didn't really have an outlet to.
I've learned to work with others in cooperative environments. I've also learned to problem solve on my own when cooperative options are not available. Further expanded my knowledge on aerospace principles, and I plan on expanding it further as I complete my senior year at the academy.
In my course, I learned how to make circuits, what parts of circuits there are, what they do, how much ohms I need, how much resistors I need, the basics of circuitry.
In manufacturing and prototyping, we're just currently learning how to use composites, how to create molds, how to do code layups, how to read safety data sheets, and apply techniques they already use in the field that we want to get into.
The environment overall is wonderful. Everyone is friendly and everyone is cooperative to my needs.
School's great. The teachers constantly push you to do better. The counselors here help you achieve your academic goals. For my career choice, they will see what's the best way I can learn the things that I want to learn.
My teachers in school support me by giving me free access to different types of circuits and different components that we can take home and develop our skills with ourselves.
We learned everything that they were going to do over there at the actual job that we want to get into. The techniques they're using at Northrop is the same techniques we're learning here. Our teachers are certified, so they could help us learn how to do it.
I believe the CTE course prepares me for college and later life by showing me the basics of the most important parts of circuitry and technology.
It gives me a wonderful curriculum of problem-solving material as well as the machinery I would use in my further career as an engineer. I feel without it, I would not be properly prepared for such a rigorous career. I would especially recommend this to anyone who is interested in the STEM-based fields. The environment is perfect and I wouldn't have it any other way.
And you get a lot of rewards with them, and there's just nothing to lose with it other than gaining more skills and intelligence.
We try to use everything to not just teach the physics, but we want the kids to see why and how it works. But some end up taking the things that we do in the class, some of the physics and the sciences, and they can bring them into the arts to just make anything that's in your imagination a reality. Once you understand that, a whole lot of your schooling will make so much more sense because you learn why you're learning all this stuff in school, not just what things are.
We learn about different body parts and different diseases in the body.
In terms of muscles, organs, and so forth.
I've always wanted to be some type of medical. I used to want to be so of course when I seen this, I had to jump on it.
Ever since I joined the CTE course, I just decided to stay in it, and so in hopes of getting a stall and in hopes of applying such methods into my later life. That way I can prevent such issues from happening, such as cancer or genetic deformities and so forth.
At my CTE courses, it's not always about academic learning. I learn more how to be confident. I learn different ways to more hands-on.
And then of course I've learned a little bit on how to fight cancer, and then of course I've learned how to construct more of a prosthetic arm or any other form of prosthesis.
My school, it supports me with the different electives that we have and different support systems like the counselors.
When we ask questions, they're able to help us and support us, and they're able to work with us one-on-one or work with us in a group. That way we can resolve such problems. I selected this course because I believe that thanks to my sister, I would have a little bit more knowledge, and so I would kind of get a head start.
I feel like the CTE courses bring responsibility to my life, and it brings deadlines because not everything is, oh, just get it done when you feel like it. The CTE courses help me see that there is deadlines and that it's not always how you want it, it's how it's going to go. So it teaches me a lot about responsibility and time management.
I think that this program is actually really great. It's helped me so far, and it actually pushes me on forward in order to learn much more. And so it'll help me out a lot. And I feel like this is an incredible program.
Our students are cohorted And the same students that are in our biomed classes are also in our English classes, and they move together throughout their academic courses along with the CTE courses. I think that our CTE programs are just amazing and provide our students with the opportunity to learn hands-on skills and work-based learning skills within a high school setting. And I think it's really a great opportunity for them to learn what it would be like in a real-world situation outside of just a high school classroom.
So when I was in elementary, I always wanted to be a doctor, or I thought I did. So this was just kind of helping me explore that interest.
I remember I never wanted to be a doctor because my mom pushed it on me, and then all of a sudden, that's all I can think about now.
This course entails a lot about the human body and different disorders and diseases that we may come to in the field, as well as traumatic injuries that we may experience while working in emergency medicine.
We learn a lot about medicine. We learn a lot about what we'd have to do if we were a paramedic and like the whole rigor of it all of the job.
The workload really does give us an opportunity to learn a lot about our independence, our work ethic, and the material that it's giving us really does prepare us for our future occupation.
We're preparing to be EMTs in the line of work. For public service leadership, we're working with our members or working with our peers to be team leaders and whatnot. Selected these courses because I've been really interested in medicine. I just wanted to see if I was like made for it or if I wanted to get through with the challenge.
I personally want to go to medical school. This course was kind of like a stepping stone for something that I wanted to do in the future.
One of the biggest influences that I've had is my teacher for sports medicine. He's taken a lot of time out of his days to help us study for EMT and for his own classes. And Mr. Cohn obviously works with us every single day to be good EMTs.
The teachers I've met and the teachers that I've had have been really good at guiding me through high school and like helping me stay on the right path.
And they really allow us to work together, work one-on-one with us and understand the material and not just give it out to us and expect us to learn it all. They understand that this course is hard and they work very hard to allow us to really retain the knowledge. I learned a lot about myself and my work ethic and how if I'm really passionate about something that I'm going to get through it, I'm going to persevere and I'm going to study.
So I won this in a EMT competition for Skills USA. My partner and I, Sammy, got gold place because we were the most competent. It was a really fun experience and it was a long time coming.
People who are looking to go into a CTE program and specifically one that has to deal with EMT, you're going to have to work hard, study, but it's all going to be worth it.
I really recommend this class to a lot of people. I know it can be kind of scary hearing past students say how the blocks are really hard and the final test is really hard, but you just get a really great experience.
I actually am a paramedic. I have worked in industry since I was 18 years old. In the students that take this course, I would say we see a lot of initiative. Our students are driven, they have passion towards pursuing a career in EMS, and overall, they just have a lot of drive and excitement. If you are interested in pursuing a career in emergency medicine, if you are interested in being a police officer or a firefighter, really come look at our academy because we offer a little bit for everybody and we can really help get you through the door of those careers.
When I was in middle school, I used to take STEM courses, and I got a little bit of a taste of maybe what I wanted to do, but I wasn't really sure yet.
When I was younger, I actually did not have any interest in engineering whatsoever.
But now that I'm in engineering, I got a lot of different aspects, and I think I know what I want to do with my future.
and apply it to create logos, flyers, posters, using all of our skills in an advanced way through Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Premiere, and other Adobe products. My teachers in school support me a lot. I think my teachers have taught me to never settle. Teachers here are nitpicky in the absolute best way, and the school obviously gives me the tools and the technology to really move forward with the best products in the workforce right now. So I think my school helps me a lot as well.
I do recommend this course for future students because it really teaches you how to be creative and find who you want to be.
Kids feel like this is their home, that they are cohorted well, so they feel that our program is a family because they know if they fail the first time, that they're going to be supported in their future successes. We work together as a team, both as teachers and students, to make sure that each student is successful in whatever their future endeavors are. We want to make sure that every student has the opportunity to do college and career.
Trying to figure out the balance between sounding friendly, welcoming, but at the same time also sounding professional, concise. But lately sending emails has been a little bit easier thanks to the help of Grammarly, who is also the sponsor of this video. So if you don't know what Grammarly is, it is the go-to writing tool that will help students succeed, improve their grades, and also feel more confident in their writing. And it'll help to improve your grades and prepare for midterms by providing comprehensive suggestions to help strengthen your writing, which would definitely be helpful during a busy and chaotic season. So Grammarly conveniently has a free version that you can use. It contains grammar, spelling, and punctuation suggestions. But wait, there's more, because if you upgrade to Grammarly Premium, you will also have access to their advanced features, which will help you.
Well, today we had an insight on how the partnership with Little Rock High School and LACO and county agencies were partnering together for the community school initiative. So we saw a lot of the great work. We also saw our students and how it's impacting them. We got to see some of the feedback they provided us. We got to see just the good works that Little Rock High School is engaging in through the partnership with the Community School Initiative and LA County.
And what we really need to do is look at different ways to help those families get here.
So it's important to have community partnerships anywhere, but Little Rock is such a unique community that geographically there is no city center, there's no hub other than Little Rock High School. And so being able to provide a single center for parents, students to come in and access resources, it's invaluable to this community.
So today we were coming together just to highlight a lot of the work that's happening within community schools, like our biomedical field, our JROTC, our art department. So a lot of those things kind of bridge back into what I do because we do collaborate with a lot of projects, a lot of people that were here today.
So one of our new programs is the esports. So it's a CIF sports. We noticed that our students really had an interest for it. And so what we wanted to do is provide that opportunity for them to engage in it. And we're tying that into other curricular activities here on campus. We're connecting it to our coding, to Scratch, to our robotics, and our drone programs as well. We also had opportunity to see our library. So we remodeled that space because we started again seeing that a lot of those books were getting checked out because we started noticing that a lot of those resources students were accessing online. So we needed to change that space where they can collaborate, where they can work and access knowledge.
The big thing, of course, is we're providing a safe place for them to come during snack lunch, during a class period if they need to take a test, or after school, before school.
My favorite aspect of the tour today really were the academic pathways. I love the agriculture, I love the esports, the Parent Resource Center. I love that they have a food pantry, they have a clothes pantry for the students. I love the way their academic pathways really support student interest. Really, this student-centered school is all about outreach for the kiddos.
LACO has a great mission to where we are able to provide support for families and students. In particular, Community Schools Initiative came from the vision of our wonderful Dr. Eduardo. She is a past social worker, and so she really understands that it's important to support our families. And we wanted to really look into the district to see what schools were really in need of support. And in particular, it was Little Rock High School.
I believe it's important to have partnerships with the Boys and Girls Club and with any entity, just because we can pull from different professionals in their respected field, as opposed to trying to become a professional in that field on your own.
So my program is mental health services, and we are providing mental health services to youth who can't receive services at another agency here in the Antelope Valley.
So the LA Regional Food Bank's mission is to fight hunger in the LA community. With LACO and Little Rock, we are concentrating on more rural families to be able to provide resources to food insecure families.
At the start of the pandemic, we started our food distributions. I've never seen anything like that. We see stacks of, boxes of meat, boxes of shelf-stable food, even gallons of milk. And so to be out there with community members handing out these food boxes to the family and seeing the look on their face, you could actually just tell the hardships that they might be going through. And some of them we were able to talk to them one-on-one and get to hear their stories and know that there is a need out here.
And so I think anything that comes back to supporting our youth, supporting our students, supporting their families, always kind of warms my heart, because this is what I want to do. I want to make a positive difference, and I know education is the key to a healthy and productive life.
In the AVUHSD, we are committed to developing a multi-tiered system of support for students. This framework is truly the foundation for equity in our district, ensuring that we have the structures and supports
Check 1, 2.
Good afternoon. I would like to start the meeting just by saying that I have permission from Miss Wynn to tell you this, but that she is in the hospital with pneumonia. So she's very, very sorry not to be here today, but she asked me to tell you hello, and she was sorry that she could not be here. Congratulations to our new board members. Nice to have you aboard. With that said, we'll start right in. I run this until after the election of officers, until we take our break as vice president. So bear with me. The December 9th, 2022 regular reorganizational meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel. Individuals may take pictures or record meetings provided that the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of our board, shall do so in person, complete a speaker form, and give it to the designee before the public comments portions of the meeting. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco. Ms. Orozco is right over there, before the board president chair announces the item. Once the item has been called, we no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time, and no speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or missions. Similarly, the board does not, speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313. This policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. We'll now do the roll call. This is new because we're all here. I don't know how to do this. Okay, Ms. Corona.
Here.
Here, and Mr. Hughes.
Here.
And Mr. Sanchez.
Here.
And I am here, Ms. McGrady, and Ms. Wynn is absent. Our student board member is absent today. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Sanchez, would you lead us in that?
Sounds good. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Hand over your right heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. I was just going to mention that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we are on item 3. As required by Education Code, board officers are to be elected annually. At this time, nominations and election of officers are in order. The Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the president for the Board of Trustees. Do we have any nominations?
Nominate Charles Hughes for president of the board.
Thank you. Charles Hughes has been nominated as president. Any other nominations?
Second that.
Yep. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So may I have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Motion.
A second, okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take our vote, and we don't have to vote individually because we're here. So all of those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So that passes 4-0. And that's it. Okay. So yes, let's give it a hand. Our Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the Vice President for the Board of Trustees. We'll open for nominations.
I nominate Miss Corona.
Okay, Ms. Corona has been nominated. Any other nominations? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Hughes, thank you. A second?
Motion.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. And the board, how do you vote? All in favor? Say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that passes 4-0. We will now go to the election of officers. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. You got to keep me on target here. The Board of Trustees is asked to nominate and elect the clerk for the Board of Trustees. We'll open for nominations.
Motion to nominate Mr. Miguel Sanchez, clerk.
Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll ask for your vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that passes 4-0. So if you're following along, we are on E. The Board of Trustees is asked to adopt the yearly calendar specifying date, time, and place of each regular meeting through December 2023. May I have a motion?
I make a motion that we table this item.
Okay, so do I take a second and then do we need to vote on it to table it? Okay, so then I need a second.
Second.
Okay, and this is, we're voting to table this item. Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Discussion.
Okay, do you have discussion?
Basically, the issue is we need to, I don't think all of us are on the same page on this date. We, as the new elected board members, didn't really get much input into the dates. And I would like to talk about this at another time where we can really discuss the actual dates.
Okay, so we would need to set like a work study time to do that, or what would we do?
We can leave it as tabled and then schedule a time to meet. I do have another draft of a calendar if the board would like to take a look at that now. It's still possible. If you want to take a look at it, we can discuss some of the meetings. And then I would also like to set a solid meeting date for January. Then we can adopt another calendar then. So I'll pass this to the board.
Mr. Nehan, if it would please the board, we could potentially just go ahead and set another date and have that discussed. Would that be appropriate?
That'd be appropriate, sure.
We could set a okay. So I will make a motion. Well, we have to finish this.
So we have, so we need to take a vote on that. So we have, did we get yes, we got a motion, a second, and we've had discussion. So all those in favor of tabling it, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we will table it, but we do need to try to set a date for our January meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Based on the winter holiday, and the majority of staff being out the first week of January, I would propose January 19th as the next regular meeting date, and we can solidify a calendar beyond that at that meeting.
On the Thursday rather than Wednesday, or?
That's correct.
So board, how do you feel? So do we need to vote on this, or can this be a consensus?
Was that the 19th, Mr. Nehan?
Beg your pardon?
Was that the 19th of January?
Correct. That is the 19th of January.
I make a motion that we set the next meeting for January 19th at 4 o'clock.
Does 4 o'clock work for everybody?
No.
5.
Okay. It's
Would that be 5 closed, 6 public?
Four would be closed, 5 would be the meeting?
No,
No.
I would like to discuss 5 and 6.
I'm good with that. I'll amend my motion.
5 p.m. start time?
Correct.
Okay, so we've had a motion to put it on January 19th at 5
5
o'clock.
o'clock.
And do I have a second for that?
I second that.
Okay, discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, so our January meeting will be Thursday, January 19th at 4 o'clock.
5 p.m.
Yeah, sorry. Yes,
Correct.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we move on to our next item is F, appoint the secretary. The board appoints the secretary, the superintendent as secretary to the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
So move.
Okay, second?
Second.
Thank you. We had a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the item passes 4-0. Now we are at the representatives for a variety of different organizations. We are on G. The Board of Trustees is asked to select a representative to the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. Do we have a nomination?
Charles Hughes for representative of LA County School Trustees Association.
Okay, any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any discussion? So having a motion and a second, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? So the item passes 4-0. We on H are selecting a representative to the Los Angeles County Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization. Nominations?
Charles Hughes for representative of LA County Committee on School District Org.
Okay, any other nominations? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the item passes 4-0, and then we are on I. The Board of Trustees is asked to select a representative to the Antelope Valley School Board Association. We need a nomination.
Charles Hughes to represent AV School Boards Association.
Okay, any other nominations? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? So board, how do you vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The item passes 4-0. And finally, we are on J, representative for the Antelope Valley School Transportation Agency. So we need a nomination.
Nominate Mr. Hughes, AVTA, AVSTA.
Mr. Hughes, any other nominations? May I have a motion
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? So that passes with a 4-0. Thank you very much. We got that taken care of fairly quickly. The public is invited to join the board in a reception for Carla Corona, Charles Hughes, and Miguel Sanchez for about 15 minutes or so. We'll see how long it takes us all to get through. I believe we're right across the hall into the, excuse me. go
That's
ahead.
correct. There's cake and I believe waters in the cafe right across the hall.
Okay, so we will take about a 15-minute break. Please join us for cake and some refreshment and a chance to congratulate our new members. Thank you. We'll be back.
Awesome.
The door's closed across the hall. I don't know if it's, I don't know who that would be to. I don't know. I'm just trying to look around. Well, I don't know who to say.
See Bob Davis is here.
What's that?
See Bob Davis is
I
here.
did not see him.
What is that right there by the window? And he's standing with his back
Oh,
to
I
you.
see the back of his head.
Yeah, he's sitting back there.
Oh, lovely. So the door's closed. I don't know if it's locked, but I don't know who would be in charge of that.
Chris. Oh, to get in
To
that
get into
way.
the
Yeah, we
cafeteria.
can prop
Yeah.
that up.
Okay.
Good job. Very
Hey,
well done.
thank you, thank you.
And now, it looks like you got some free time.
I do. So are we changing the seats around?
Yeah.
So where we move
You're
or?
going to be here with me.
Okay,
So you'll be with the student board member.
okay.
And then right
and I'll be
here.
here? Okay,
Yep.
perfect. All right. How are you? You look very pretty. That blue's good on you. A couple of days. She texted me this morning and said she had a really rough night with her medicines at the same time. Just before I came over, she read over and she continues to do better. Tomorrow is the next day. Okay, I will tell her. I will tell her that. She felt really bad about not being here. She sounded terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. She said, just don't worry about it. No, there's nothing that's going to be nothing's going to change. What just happened, so it doesn't matter if she's it's just fine, you know. So we just need to get her well now. Yeah. You know, it looks like the door's locked. Open that up. Get into it.
Karen, how you doing? Doing okay? Good to see you here today.
See, I haven't seen anybody go in, so it made me think it's locked. Oh, did you? Okay. All right, never mind. Okay.
And it goes from this door, you can get in as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't- some people go over there and then come back in. I thought, okay. Yep, so Greg said I'm here now. Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Don't need it to me no more. Everybody wants you.
We'll get one later. All right, yeah. Oh, that's cool. After the meeting. Yeah. Yeah. I did know. Yeah, of course. That's the way it works. I put down. Saw it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I will do. Will do. Be safe, guys. No, that's why I was talking about like it's fun. Did they? Oh, I thought it was a W. Yeah, yeah. I thought it was a W. I was like, this one sticks. You make some mistakes. Sometimes it says Corona, but you read like Coloma. Some people have it's a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine. I scooted over so I wouldn't be in the picture. One last picture. Sorry.
Great to see you.
See, when you win, now all of a sudden you got responsibilities. There we go.
This one or this one?
Yeah, they're phenomenal, phenomenal.
That's Miguel.
They're already done. So you're here.
Okay.
This is now the president's seat.
And do I got Miguel and Carla?
We got Miguel and Carla.
Perfect. Awesome. That's great.
I'm sure you saw it after the back of the script. It's not going to be an issue at this meeting, but there's steps if someone becomes disorderly or comments.
I'll look over
You can look over that with the person who's doing it.
Thank you very much. That's been all the way around.
No, I didn't sit here. It just worked out that way.
I thought maybe you were saying that. That's why I'm here.
Absolutely.
If you can't, just let Mr. Hughes know and tell us to pause. I'll move that speaker up.
Okay.
She sometimes has a hard time hearing. That's why we put that little speaker up here.
Okay.
And I turned it off right now since you're sitting there.
Perfect.
But if she can't hear, she can let you know.
Outstanding. Thank you.
I don't want to hear it anyway.
Sorry, I'll be used to it. It's par for the course.
Sticks and stones, it's kind of like it's one of those things.
When I came from here.
Yeah.
I make a mistake, nobody's gonna.
You kind of just stiffen up, get a shell on you.
Through a career in law enforcement, you just sit there and you see on TV where those cops are just quote my son and what they go through. It's just courageous. I mean, we actually we can do things in the prison system you can't just do on the streets. Which on the streets, I just somebody said, so I just commend you.
And I'm sure what we see on TV is sort of the life that they do.
It's terrible.
It just breaks my heart.
It's
They're
truly terrible.
putting their lives at risk every day, and then they're treated so terribly.
And they make these decisions that are split second. I never had a shoot up. Shot. Shoot up. Tell you, I was just like, watch cop shoot people. No, these cops are rude. Yeah, if they ever make a mistake. Absolutely. Yep. We have to, always 10:30 is like the latest. 10:30. I know some start at 6. Sometimes
So we do it, and that's why every once in a while. In my opinion, the years I've been
What do you think about two? Would it be better if we put 2 meetings in? Because there's a lot of business. Yeah.
I think nothing else. It depends on.
I know Carla, I mean, she's, I mean, you and myself, and
Yes, no,
we're all retired. So.
no, but we're not making a comment. Yeah,
Well, with your knowledge and your knowledge, yes, we may propose something like, we already tried that, that didn't quite work. So, I mean,
yeah.
okay.
When you call them back, you're ready to go. Whenever you're ready, just call them.
I'll just kind of watch because I kind of like see what Carla is. Do you see Carla?
I don't see her. Oh, yes, she's right at the very back of the room on the left side. Top of the corner. She's right behind, there's a lady in a khaki jacket, she's right behind her. Leaning over.
Oh, I
There.
see. That's Miguel. Yeah. Can you get Carla? Miguel. Carla, you're on my right.
Move your stuff over there.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, that's all you're doing.
No.
Not that it's.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, motion for the Pinko meeting. I got a motion from Ms. McGrady. Can I get a second? Second from Ms. Corona. A discussion? Seeing none. Vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Greg, you're taking all the votes and all that, correct?
That's correct. I tally the votes.
Thank you, sir. All right. Public comments from the floor on PINCO items. Are there any comments from the public on PINCO items?
We don't have any comments on PINCO.
Thank you. Moving to item C, PINCO first interim financial report. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the first interim report and certify the financial conditions of PINCO as positive. Can I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, so move. Item D.
Mr. Hughes, we need a vote on that. You had a first and a second, but we need a vote.
Oh, no, we did not vote. All those in favor say aye. I thought I said that.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Right. Item D, resolution number 2022-23-13, certification of signatures, PINCO. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-13, certifications of signatures. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second,
Second.
discussion? Seeing none, vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Item E, purchase order schedule, PINCO. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchase outlined on the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
So
Mo-
moved.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Oppose? Say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay, reconvene regular meeting. I don't need to vote on that, Mr. Meehan.
No, there's no vote. It's just calling each individual to speak.
Thank you. Recognition of reports, public comments. Item A, Antelope Valley School Transportation, AVSTA report update for Mr. Hawkins.
Nothing to report at this time. Their board meeting will be next Wednesday at 8 a.m. at AVSTA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. C, Ms. Karen White. Oh, I'm sorry, B from AVTA, Michael Milling, sorry. Just trying to hurry up. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, board members. AVTA would like to congratulate and welcome the 3 new members of this district's Board of Trustees. The political process is over. Now the time for relationship building begins. It is the goal of all of us to do what is best for the roughly 20,000 students that we serve. AVTA is open to new ideas. The direction in which this governing body decides to take the district must have the best interest of students and its employees at its core. Before any decision is made, I urge the 5 of you to ask yourselves 3 simple questions. Is it good for students? Is it good for your employees? And can we afford it? If the answer to these 3 questions is yes, then this board will have the full support of AVTA. Should any of you ever feel the need to get a hold of me, please do not hesitate to reach out to me anytime. I will be reaching out to each of you with my contact information in the next few days. AVTA wishes all of you and your family a happy and restful holiday season. We look forward to working with you in the new year.
Thank you, Mr. Milling. C, Ms. Karen White.
Good afternoon, Board President, Mr. Hughes, board members, and our board cabinet, Mr. Nian, Mr. Furno, and of course, Ms. Orozco. Congratulations to our new board officers. I know that we are out in just a few more weeks of 2022, and we're all looking forward to 2023 and the possibilities that this year holds for our students, our district programs, and our staff and community. We've got a lot of good things on the horizon. We want to thank our employees in the payroll department because with their endeavors, we're looking forward to our bonus checks next week and just in time for the winter break and holiday season. In the words of the CSEA Vice President Kyle Frazier, everyone loves a present. And this is a great present as we begin to close the year. I would also like to extend my thanks to Kyle as he stepped up to work with our members and with Mr. Ramos and other members that needed his assistance in my absence. I know he's been busily addressing a whole bunch of issues with this past few weeks. We'd also like to thank the district again for our current MOU for the reclassification reviews. And we're looking forward to presenting some of those applications in here shortly. We've had another challenging year in 2022, and we look forward to 2023 as we grow and move to the possibilities to improve and provide more services to our students, their families, and our members. CSEA hopes that our holiday season as it approaches, we can all be grateful for the many blessings we have surrounding us. And I pray that these will increase in 2023. Congratulations again, Carla, Charles, Miguel. And we hope to be able to work with you in the future. Please have a safe, a blessed Christmas with your families and a new year that surpasses any of your expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Public comments from the floor for agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
Yes, we have 5.
The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. To address an item on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and a total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purpose of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking actions on items not on the agenda.
Our first speaker, Vivian, on item 3A.
Good afternoon. Excuse my voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Orozco, Ms. Ramos, and these newly board members. I'm very proud to see your faces, and Mr. Nehan. I'm here today as a parent just looking at how this went down today. Because when I came in 2020 and 2019 to see how this whole system worked, didn't know how people got elected and how it happened. I'm just shocked and amazed that it's almost like a presidential election, what you all went through, and you deserve that. You deserve that if you really are coming here to make a difference. Because as you already know, we have 2 that should come out this board instantly. The 2 is this one here, Grady and Perrell. I pray and hope that you will not allow yourselves to get convinced to do what they've done to this district and many on the board panels here and our former superintendent and things that's going on, because just the way you loved on your children, hugging them and taking pictures and looking at the audience and stuff, it's amazing. Your parents and you got children. So I'm gonna plead to you and believe in my heart. There's gonna be some changes coming to Antelope Valley because of you all. I hope and pray just the same way Dr. Ruffin tried to handle it on her own and got all type of backlash from this so-called AVTA and all the rest of this stuff and this whole district and Viera and everything. Please do me a favor and really trust your heart to do what's right for these kids. I got kids that were called niggers, go out and play like some niggers on Coach Highland's basketball team by a coach. They still ain't got rid of him. He come in here and tell their butts off in here, and this one here, they try to sue me for $20,000, Stockdale and Hunt. And some of these same people up here help condone this mess. Please don't let our black and brown kids suffer through what this district knows has been a racist community forever. And I'm not gonna say differently because we know what time it is. Look at the records, see what's going on. Statistics show it ain't just the world. This here town, you know what it's about. If you don't, get yourself educated, because right now, I'm just surprised to see how lovely and beautiful and how loving your kids were when you raise your kid from a baby on, and then you get yourself slapped in the face where some of the kids in our district are going through mental health issues because of this district. Still are. And they show these little screens like they're doing something, but they're not for our kids. You all know what time it is, and if you don't, get yourself educated. Because this one here talking about civility.
30 seconds.
This one here talking about civility. She and Perel both got a big old target practice on Dr. Victoria Ruffin, Bob Davis, and Perel to show them they wanted to recall them. But on their Facebook page, guess what they got? Just the one circle with one line. But on the target practice that they wore at our board meeting, they're dirty. I'm praying on you all because we need it. We got a few on this board here that are acting right. Go with your conscience, which is right for your kids, if they're your kids.
Eugene Hernandez.
Anyone else?
Eugene Hernandez. Oh. Item 7B, sorry.
Eugene Hernandez, Green Party. Mike Mullins from the AVTA made a presentation here regarding that they're doing the best they can for transportation. But I challenge that because in 20 years and more that I have lived here, there has been no good improvements to the bus stops that students have to take. There's some bus stops without a bench. There's no protection from the element. Out of a Yelp rating of 15, the AVTA only gets 1 point because they have not used the billions of dollars they have received from Build Back Better and the state to hire more bus drivers, to buy more buses, and to create more routes. This is a disgrace to our students, and the board here should urge them to make these reforms. Build better bus stops, buy more buses, train more drivers, and to have a more efficient system so that students can travel wherever they want to in the Antelope Valley. It's far too long that they have not done a single thing of improvement. So despite all the money they have, they're a failure in transportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Lindsay Appel, 10C.
Is the timer going to go up on here? Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Pell, and I'm an education rights attorney at Disability Rights California. As this district commemorates its reorganization today, I would like to raise attention to an escalating trend we have been seeing in our work with students and families. The overuse and daily prevalence of surveillance, searches, and seizures by campus security officers in violation of student civil rights and reasonable expectations of privacy. As you may know, the district employs dozens of unsworn campus security officers, enough to staff 12 to 14 at each comprehensive campus. District job postings for security officers describe this position's responsibilities as, quote, assisting in the supervision and control of persons in or around campus buildings, facilities, and areas adjacent to the school site, and possessing knowledge of, quote, customs and activities indicative of undesirable youth groups. It comes as no surprise that this emphasis on campus security's, quote, control of undesirable youth groups has led to the distressing trends I and my colleague Chelsea Elena, as well as CTC members who are speaking after me, want to draw your attention to today. Study after study has shown that the addition of campus security officers on school campuses has not made schools safer, but instead increases the criminalization and traumatization of Black students and students with disabilities for minor or disability-related behaviors. Youth are particularly vulnerable to heightened emotional distress when they experience intrusive stops and searches by a law enforcement or security, particularly when they are not given mental health support to process these events. To our knowledge, and based on Public Records Act requests and our investigation of the district over the past year, the district has no written policies or procedures governing any aspect of campus security's jobs or day-to-day duties, meaning that there is no consistency across campuses regarding the scope of campus security's authority or when campus security can be called. This means that school security has been given broad discretion to search students, seize their property, remove students from class, question students, and refer them to law enforcement with minimal to no district oversight as to whether these actions comply with the law. Problematic examples of school security's abuses of discretion in the face of deficient oversight are many. Review of multiple student records and conversations with several families shows that security officers frequently target students for random searches of their persons, phones, and belongings as a form of harassment, and without reasonable suspicion, the legal standard for student searches effectuated by any school staff.
30
Students
seconds.
report being called out of class daily or multiple times a week for meritless searches, being followed into restrooms alone for meritless searches, or being pulled into empty classrooms for meritless searches. Students also report that security will then misrepresent the reasons for the search to administrators or law enforcement in written documentation. This practice not only violates Supreme Court cases, but also goes against the district's own administrative regulation 5145.12, which reiterates that searches by district employees can only occur if there's reasonable suspicion of a law or rule violation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Raquel Derfler, 10C.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking on agenda item 10C, which is the annual approval of school plans for student achievement. I'm asking in particular that our new trustees pay attention to the information and data that I will be sharing with you, as student achievement was an area all three of you referenced during your campaigns. The school plans report out on suspension rates, so let's focus on that. Over the last 10 years, Black and Latinx students in AVUHSD have been subjected to discipline and school assignment policies that suspend, expel, or assign them to alternative schools at highly disproportionate rates. In the 2018-2019 school year, AVUHSD reported 2,972 suspensions. By comparison, that is over 600 more suspensions that were reported in the same year in all of Los Angeles Unified School District. LAUSD is the largest district in both LA County and California. In fact, AVUHSD suspension rate is over 20 times LAUSD suspension rate and nearly 4 times the rate of the rest of LA County and nearly 2.5 times the rate of the rest of the state. While overall suspensions in AVUHSD are high compared to both the county and state, suspensions of Black students are even higher. So what I'm asking for is the following: that you conduct a root cause analysis to determine the causes of racial disparities in student discipline and develop and implement a corrective action plan that includes revisions to its discipline policies and procedures. I am also asking the board establishes a stakeholder equity committee to inform the district's implementation of that corrective action plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea Helena, 10C.
and I'm an education rights attorney at Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County. As my colleague Lindsay Appel stated, the district's campuses are plagued by a highly punitive culture that over-relies on campus security to address minor or disability-related behaviors. Overreaches on the part of security due to the largely unmitigated discretion it receives from the district and school site administrators have led to improper and illegal searches, seizures, and surveillance techniques that are commonplace and independently verified by multiple AVUHSD students and families. Campus security's unjustified and improperly executed searches are not only humiliating, necessary and harmful for students, but they also frequently escalate students, particularly students with disabilities. Students report feeling violated, targeted, followed, and harassed by campus security, whose parents say they are not equipped or trained to de-escalate student behaviors. One such family shared that a security officer restrained their student with disabilities after following him across campus to attempt to get the student to submit to an unnecessary search and questioning. When the student refused, the security guard began insulting and shaming him, which led to the student trying to run away. When the security guard caught up to him in his golf cart, the security guard restrained the student, pinned him against the golf cart, and referred the student to law enforcement and administration for disciplinary proceedings. This is just one of many examples we have heard where students are harassed by security to the point where they act out in defiance, causing them to be excluded from class for behaviors that are manifestations of their disabilities, referred for disciplinary reasons, or referred to law enforcement for arrest and citation. Because security officers do not receive adequate training in de-escalation, child development, or disability-related behaviors, encounters with students that could be more effectively handled by education or mental health professionals instead lead to the exclusion and criminalization of the district's most vulnerable students. In fact, the district does not even ensure that security staff comply with the minimal training requirements in place. For instance, in the most recent year, the district reported security staff failed to complete nearly half of the required training modules for almost 2 years after they were due. In light of this dearth of training, the fact that the district's campus security positions explicitly permit security staff to use physical force, including on students with disabilities, quote, to the extent reasonably necessary to maintain order, even where there is, quote, no clear and present danger of serious physical
30
harm to the
seconds.
student or others, is especially disturbing. Another alarming overreach on the part of campus security is that students and families have reported that some security officers are making fake Instagram and other social media accounts to monitor students out of school and weekend online activity. Students have been then disciplined for their out of school social media postings because they were tricked into permitting security to view them. This flies in the face of the education code and is just frankly creepy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes all agendized items.
We're on non-agendized items.
Yes, we have 8 comments.
All right, thank you. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address an item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and a total time of public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purpose of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into dialogue with the public or taking actions on items not on the agenda.
Eugene Hernandez on the sheriff contract.
Recently, the AV Press reported the death of a young Latino student at a high school. And my question is, why was this allowed? According to the press, these students have been racing up and down the driveway outside of the school for who knows how long. My question is, where were the teachers? Where were the adults? Did they just close their eyes and put on blinders, seeing this reckless behavior? What are we paying millions of dollars to the sheriff's department? Oh, for sure, the sheriffs will tackle a tiny black girl and beat her to the ground. But where were they to prevent this death? What happened to the security of that school? What happened to the administration of that school? Why was this allowed? So go on for such a long time that a young man has to die before you implement changes. Why can't the administrators of that high school look outside their window, or the teachers, just because school is over, they're put on blinders and realize kids racing up and down the parking lot is not a safe thing to do. This parent should sue the school district for their unnecessary death of this young Latino student. You know, these teachers, administrators, and the sheriffs, like it says here, we should cancel the contract because they're not doing their job. We're spending millions of dollars for them, only for them to use brutal and unlawful tactics. This is an example of a waste of public money. I demand that you cancel the contract with the sheriffs and implement private security. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Diana Padilla, parental engagement. Diana Padilla. Vivian, for civility and students.
Again, I come prepared. Again, I come unprepared, but prepared because of the stuff that you hear going on. You board members are here new, and you've been hearing things that's been going on for a long time. 1.9 million or more came to the sheriff's department for them to supervise, and our district doesn't even know how to implement things that they need to do to make sure that they're doing right. But like I always say, we got bad ones, we got good ones in every profession, in school districts and wherever else. In any employment, there's good and bad cops. Let me say something to you real quick about a person that passed away in my field. It was a young lady that was killed recently over here in Palmdale, Lancaster, with the person coming into her home. That was a coworker of mine that was killed and done whatever they were done with the homeless person or whoever they're saying. That's a probation officer that worked hard. We have to have degrees to go do what we do. Some of the things that some of these security guards don't have because they don't have your support, because they're not getting the money that many of you are doing the thing that you shouldn't be doing with the money in this district, going in pockets. You all need to uncover all that stuff that's true. Go back and listen to these board meetings. Listen to what Dr. Ruffin said in the NSLA, the people that are here, showing what the statistics are about how brown and black kids are treated in this town. Money is somewhere going every which way but loose, especially with the Antelope Valley Press, Julie Drake, them and the rest of them that's being alleged, all the stuff that's going on in this district. They know what's going on. But when I listen to hear what people are saying about the consular contract and other things, it makes me think of another employee. I said, DJ Hines called these kids at Highland, get out there and play like some niggas. We had black, white, and Spanish kids on that team. And this district turned a blind eye when they sat down a kid because the brother of the coach, Artley Hines, he was sat down because they didn't clear his background. He's a probation officer like myself, that we work at the same place. I'm saying this to you today to say one thing. I believe from what the news is saying, he might have been, and let's pray for him, the young man that's barricaded that the sheriff just went and got. That's my co-worker. But his brother, DJ Hines, that this here school district didn't want us to take stand and do what they should do to help him to get qualified, but they could qualify someone stupid like James Stockdale and Anthony Hunt. Stand up for him and talk about a doctor's roughing like a dog when the facts are known. Talk about Bob Davis. The facts are known. They've done so much in this town, gentlemen and women. You on this board, you know what's going on. If you don't read the press. because it's full of you know what anyway. It's only advantageous to when they want what they want for the people that they feel in their line in their pockets with. So she can't look me in the eye, but trust and believe both of them women, Perel and them, you need to make sure you don't follow the status quo, because she was sitting over there at Vincent's Pizza, making sure she brought Sue Strom, who was nothing but a racist.
Thank you.
Richard Loa, partnership between City of Palmdale and AVUHSD.
Good afternoon. It pleases me to say Chairman, Mr. Charles Hughes of the board, Carla Corona, Director, Miguel Sanchez, Director, and of course, Ms. McGrady, and our best wishes to our, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting her name at the moment. Danita Wynn. I've known her for a long time, but I'm not used to being on this side of But what I'm up here to do is to say congratulations to all of you. And on behalf of the city of Palmdale, that I look forward to working with the district to provide better services wherever it is that we can cooperate together, jurisdictionally or at least as a region, that we're able to do that, excuse me, and help you in your mission to educate our young people, whether they're going to be going into the trades. And Mr. Sanchez, I'm so happy that you're on the board to represent that point of view, or Carla Corona, Charles Hughes, and the rest of you, for those students that will be preparing to go on to college, university, the professions, and so on. It's hugely important for the future of our Antelope Valley that we work together to get this accomplished. So to staff and all of the different jurisdictions that come here before this is an awesome task that you have before you, and I believe that you're up to it. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Tom Moriarty, Athletics.
Good afternoon, board. First, I want to congratulate the 3 new members to your positions. And I'm coming in to speak about athletics in this school district. My son will be going to Quartz Hills next year. He is a cross-country runner. He was 2nd place in the middle school championships. And I've been involved with school districts, coaching and stuff since my running days. And in the Antelope Valley, athletes from the sports don't get PE credit. And it's just an after-school sport. And I did a lot of research, and Santa Clarita School District is PE credit for athletics. LA Unified School District is PE credit. Burbank, Glendale, I mean, you can go on. And I kind of did a national search, and I would say 65% of the schools that I got response from, they get PE credit. And I had one gentleman respond back that, his school district didn't. It was like here that they had, and here they're doing an after-school sport, and then they have to do a PE class also. And he said, I have 20 kids in my program. The 2 other are the rest of our league. It's different school districts. They get PE credit, and they've got 200 kids in their programs. And not every kid is going to get an academic scholarship. Being in part of athletics and it's another way to get into acceptance into colleges through athletics. And my other concern is kind of some of the coaching in the Antelope Valley. I mean, you went through the preseason of the football season. A lot of our schools competed against the Santa Clarita schools and got killed by big numbers. And in cross country, I mean, Santa Clarita out in the valley, you got some of the best programs in the country. And out here, except for Highland and Quartz Hills, they do pretty good. But the rest of the area, they get killed. And, you know, a lot of
30
these-
seconds.
Okay, a lot of these coaches are just doing it to collect the stipend and they aren't putting anything into the programs. And that's a disservice to the kids to go on and get acceptance into other colleges and stuff. And my time's up. I'd love to talk to you more about it, but that's it for now. It's just, we need to become athletic, have PE credit for the school, and especially where after school is so late now and stuff.
Time.
I mean, schools are out at 3:45 and. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Walker, Community Partnerships.
Good evening. Congratulations to the new board members. I want to stress the importance of community partnerships. Just a little history lesson. Before the bus boycotts in Montgomery, there was a lot of work put in, a lot of opportunities to negotiate, to have conversations. That just didn't happen. Moving forward, especially with new people who take the baton and who continue in this district with a lot of unanswered challenges, especially systemic issues with the racism, with the high suspensions and expulsions of minorities, and that lack of accountability. That line that we don't see when we're not understanding the differences between punishment and discipline. When you suspend and you expel and you deny hearings and you deny mediation, and there's no connect between families, and there's no communication with parents. We have to mend that, and we have to be accountable. So I'm going to be coming every single board meeting. Every single board meeting. And I'm going to do this laterally with the city councils, with county meetings, and even to the state level, because the community is going to be educated. That's one thing that the Antelope Valley can benefit from as being the lowest performing area in LA County and in California. Is education, is the root cause of what's going wrong in the Antelope Valley and what continues to be ignored. Moving forward, I want to stress the importance of community partnerships, that accountability, because we have students being affected in schools in this district, and it branches out into systemic issues with DCFS, with the Sheriff's Department, and it's all connected. So with that in mind, take advantage of local organizations like the NAACP,
30 seconds.
cancel the contract, and the unity that our community will continue to move forward in addressing the issues that need to be addressed. I'm tired of broken records. And one thing that I do when I do my workshops with parents and with people who file complaints, I teach them how to request policies. Look at the regulations. We had a parent and a parent, NAACP, guys, join. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome.
Time.
Thank you.
Marcos Softball.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's my day off. And I was driving around and I said, you know what? This is important. My name is Marcos Alvarez. I work for LA County Social Services for the last 30 years. And in my career, I've also volunteered as a shop steward for SEIU Local 721. I'm also an activist, and I'm also a District 3 commissioner for the city of Palmdale. I lay that out to you to build a little respect, right? First of all, congratulations to all the new coming board members. And I posed this question to some of you, right? I didn't know any of you before you came here, but thank you for taking the time to have one-on-one conversations on issues I shared with you. And the culture is what I say, changing the culture of the Antelope Valley so that we may continue to improve collectively for all students, to respect a culture that is not known past here and how we address those students of color. A student of color behaves the way they behave instead of suspending and expelling and then addressing how are we going to handle this population. To that end, you have a challenge at hand moving forward. Let's partner with the parents. Let's continue to partner with these nonprofits. Let's do something that truly does collectively and inclusively change for all. As an official for sports in the Antelope Valley Union High School District, I do football, softball, and baseball. And I will tell you this at risk of ruffling some feathers. Recently, I did a game, a very good game that was important to the people involved. In the pregame, when you do the coin toss, the people in charge get the teams and the captains together. And I say this because of the importance. One of them was white, the other team was black. In order to motivate themselves, the black team came up and roared and hooped and let's get ready, let's get fired up. We addressed them to go back to the sidelines and continued the coin toss. Long story short, when we were walking back to the coin toss, the white hat said, "It feels like we're in the Antelope Valley." Answer that on how we fix that mindset.
30 seconds.
And finally, I want to say this. Let's continue this conversation that I shared with all of you regarding my daughter and the softball team at Knight High School. Let's prioritize the psychological impact that that coach left on the students that were trusting that coach. And let's prioritize that for my daughter and for all students who continue to receive this type of effect just because they wanted to do something better than education. Thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Thank you.
Indy Love, meeting date.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Hey, how y'all doing? Welcome to the new members that have just been voted on. This is pretty exciting. I feel like everybody is like not expressing how cool this is, right? Like everybody's in here, we all talking to each other, we bringing stuff. That's pretty tight. My name is Ayende. I'm the executive director of Gifted Arts and Activism. We specialize in the social, political, economic, and advancement of Black people, and that's pretty tight too. If y'all want to like give me a thumbs up, that's tight too. All right, so the reason why I'm here today is because I want to stress the meeting times of when we come here and like adjourn. Solely for that. That's what I'm asking of you guys. But I just wanted to position why that's important. So firstly, to say that this is a very big commuter town. So it's very difficult for people to get here today. The second thing is we had a lot of people come up here today and stress the importance of disenfranchised communities, particularly for me. I work on behalf of the Black community here. And when you guys think about racism and the way that it plays a role, I'm not necessarily saying you guys directly, right? Because nobody is racist anymore. Let's just take that position really quick. And let's say that nobody's racist anymore. But the institutions that were built still harbor the same rules and practices in which have oppressed so many people coming up. So when we think about the most oppressive systems to underprivileged, underserved, and disenfranchised communities, particularly Black and brown communities, the one that plays probably the biggest role is the educational system. And in order for us to be able to get the voices in here, for us to have a diverse and healthy dialogue, for us to be able to talk about these problems and they're actually be presented to you guys so that change can happen now that you guys are in these positions, we need to be able to have it practical for those voices to be able to be heard. And if they can't, then voila, you know, those problems continue. And then that power that's held within the educational institution to oppress those voices continues. So I'm asking you guys now, since you guys hold that power with that jurisdiction to take that personal responsibility onto yourselves and to do me a favor. And all these lovely people who came with these long essays and beautiful words and articulations to be able to tell you guys how important it was to them. But we're not able to be here if they were Black.
30
Because
seconds.
we all have to work, and it's very, very difficult when it works in coherence with wealth gaps, which Black people suffer with, which means that we have to move to where the money is at, which means it's very difficult for us to get here at this time. So if everybody doesn't have the privilege that I have to stand here right now, I'm asking you guys to make it a little bit easier for them. Thank you guys so much for your time. I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of the day and happy holidays to your families.
Thank you. One question, sir. So one question. You're talking about timing of the meetings. Do you have
Yes.
any suggestions for the board?
Yes, so if you guys could do it like around 6:00 p.m. or maybe later, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Charles, can I call you Charles?
Yes.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Charles. I'd appreciate if you guys could like do it around that time or just a little bit later so that we could be able to actually address this.
You understand we do a closed session from when we start at 6, it would be 6 to 7, and then we'd start a meeting at 7, and then we'd go on from there.
Cool. Let's do it that way.
All right. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you.
Diana Padilla. We have no more speakers now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hawkins, presentation of the first interim financial report 2022-2023. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Hi,
Thank you.
good afternoon. I left a copy at your desk of the actual presentation. That is it right there. So you can follow along. We're here to present the first interim report. Where this falls in the budget cycle, so everyone understands, we did a budget adoption back in June. So the first interim is intended to be the board's first fiscal update since the original budget was adopted back in June. Understanding, excuse me, that the state does not even adopt their budget till after we have. So there's going to be changes made. And in this particular case this year, it was extremely late before they got the trailer bill signed. It was the end of August. So we are updating our revenues and expenditures based on the state budget as they did it in followed through in August. Just to give a little primer here, California's funding system for school operations really comes from about 4 areas, and it's income taxes, property taxes, there's federal funds, and then the lottery puts in a little bit of money as well. The biggest source of our revenue for the state for education is through personal income tax, and that's relies heavily on wealthy individuals making money and paying a lot of taxes. Then we get some money from property taxes. There are some school districts that can fund themselves totally. They're called basic aid. We get federal funds. Those are called Title 1, 2, 3, but we call them title funds. The lottery gives us about 1% or so for our overall budget. Then we have what we call the LCFF that was brought in by Governor Brown several years ago. It's the local control funding formula. And that's really the state's method of distributing funding to school districts. The state provides 2 different types of funding. We have restricted and we have unrestricted. So restricted dollars are so-called categoricals. They're earmarked for specific programs with specific focuses, such as special education, home to school transportation, textbooks, professional development, things like that. Federal monies come into us through the title programs, as I mentioned before, and each of those programs has specific spending guidelines. Then we have what we call our LCAP. That's part of our general fund, but the LCAP is restricted to the sense of its spending plan that's approved by the school board and by the County of Los Angeles, LACO, LA County Office of Ed. They'll give us a final approval on those. Then we look at what is the largest portion of our general fund, and that's the unrestricted dollars. Those dollars are used for the education purposes. These funds are designed to provide the basic educational needs. Unrestricted funds pay for the majority of our staff salaries, benefits, other items such services such as custodial, administrative, clerical, equipment, utilities, and supplies. So almost all of that comes out of our general unrestricted funds. If we kind of look at tracking our school expenditures, schools use what is called fund accounting. It's an accounting system for recording expenses for limited type of funding. That would be for education funding, for example. So California schools use this because it does emphasize, one, accountability, and two, transparency. By doing the fund accounting we do, it consists of a set of accounts that are reported either unrestricted or our restricted programs, and we have to follow the state and federal guidelines for all of the restricted programs. So as a sample, if you look at our unrestricted budget, generally about 85% to 90% of our budget is spent here on staff, which would include salaries, pensions, health and welfare driven costs. We have to transfer 3% of our expenditures each year into a restricted maintenance fund account because the school district took bond dollars several years ago. If we look at our utilities, our largest utility expense is about $5 million a year for electricity, is what we spend district-wide. Transportation, we spend about $9.7 million on our transportation. We have to maintain a 3% required reserve, and in this case, for currently, it's about $10.5 million. So we're here tonight to look at our district certification when we look at our financials on our first interim. There are three possible certifications. The first is positive. That means the district will be able to meet its financial obligations this year as well as the next two. There's a second called qualified. That means the district may not meet its financial obligations this year or the next two. And then a negative certification, which means the district will not be able to meet its financial obligations currently and most likely not into the future years. I'm proud to say that we are here to certify a positive status. We will forward our financials onto LACO, LA County Office of Ed, and they will review our financials and confirm the filing status of positive. As I make some observations here, we looked at this, and one of them is that this is the time to be defined by our mission, values, and vision, not a virus, the COVID pandemic. LA County Department of Health is again flirting with the idea that because of the increased COVID-related as well as flu hospitalizations of coming back and looking at indoor mask requirements starting in January. That is controversial at best, or at least, and we need to come back off of that and really focus on our mission, values, and vision as we move forward, because that will be a controversial item for the Department of Public Health, which has the authority to do that. As we look at the state of the state, I want to give you just a brief update on where the state is, because the state funds education. The larger economic trends for this year are that the state expects, and this is from the LAO's office, the Legislative Analyst's office, they are the economic advisors for the state assembly, senate, and governor. So these guys watch the economy of the state of California very closely, and they have a lot of really good economists and mathematicians up there looking at this. Currently, they expect that this year's budget will have a shortfall of about $25 billion from the estimate from when they approved their budget back in this last June. As the state reduces its income, the income that schools get, which is through Prop 98 education funding, will decrease as well. And they're looking at a possibility of a $15 billion lower amount for funding education in the 23-24 year. And it has to do with the shortfall of personal income taxes. Unfortunately, our consumer price index or inflation is still holding at about 7.75% on an unadjusted annual basis. And the LAO projects that if the state were to go into a recession, the numbers I just told you would be considerably worse. UCLA has a very good economics department, and they come out and they study the state of California as well as the United States as a whole. Even there with the economists, and they've been proven to be very accurate, or fairly accurate, I guess, for an economist for looking at the future, but they're even split 50-50 on whether we'll have a recession by the mid-23 or not. And so they can't even truly agree where we're going to go, but the LAO's office is putting out the alert that they do expect to have, the state has seen lower revenues each month since July 1st. And so they're anticipating a $25 billion shortfall. One of the good things that came out was just this week, the state assembly came out with their priorities for education for this next year. And their priorities are to protect the Prop 98, preserve funding for students. They want to provide certainty for school districts to make the needed investments to reverse the learning loss. And that's really one of our biggest in a normal year. Biggest challenges is the certainty of the funding so we can do what we need to do. And so having that funding base, so that's good that the state assembly is looking at things like that. Their plan is going to call to reevaluate the timing of some of the planned one-time expenditures. The state has put in place several large one-time expenditures, and we have a couple of grants that came out of the trailer bills from the budget this past year for the educator effectiveness and a music and arts block grant. Those are combined in excess of $50 million for just our district. Now they're good for like the next 4 years. They have limited spending. It would be a restricted program, so it's what we call targeted or specific spending that the rules and regulations we have to follow. But I could see something like that being stretched out a little bit further. Right now, they were scheduled to get us funding, I think, in December and April. So I can kind of see maybe some of those funds being pushed out further. I'd like to, catch up. My goal today is to provide a high-level view of our budget. Our actual budget is about 27,000 lines of code. Each line has a 32-digit identifier. So that goes back to the my point on fund accounting of its accountability and its transparency. We can drill down to any expenditure or any group of expenditures at any time. When we look at our enrollment to ADA, we're seeing the same conditions across the nation, the state, the county. Every school district's trying to re-engage students to educate while supporting their emotional well-being. We're challenged by it, and both our education services and student services are using as many creative methods to assist our students as possible and to get them re-engaged on their own. What we see here is a decrease in the blue, which is P2 ADA. That's an estimate for this year for the 22-23. That is the lifeblood. We get paid on ADA for students. That's the average daily attendance. That is what provides our basis for funding. If we look at this, and if you remember, I mentioned earlier the LCFF, that's the method that the state provides education funding to school districts. This is a representation of the funding we get. So if we start at the bottom right-hand corner, we can see the adjusted base grant. We receive money in a base grant and a little bit of grade span adjustment for ninth grade. So we'll receive about $230 million for that for this year for operations. These are unrestricted dollars. When we look at our supplemental concentration grant, those come in, there's about 3 different terms thrown around, whether you hear targeted, whether you hear the LCAP or you hear supplemental concentration, they're all three the same. So we provide an LCAP plan and it's funded through the supplemental concentration grant. And we expect to receive about $47 million this year in that. We get a small amount in the targeted instruction improvement block grant and a small amount for home to school transportation. If we look at our total revenues, you can see the largest there is the LCFF, and it comes in at the just short of $280 million. We'll receive federal revenue of about $37 million, other state revenue of about 72, and that's up because of those two grants I mentioned earlier, the educator effectiveness and that arts and music block grant. Those came in at late, and so that is what has increased the other state revenue significantly. And then we have our other local revenue. If we look at how we spend our money and where we spend it at, you can see that we spend about 75 cents of each dollar on our staff. That has to do with certificated classified as well as our employee benefits. We have about 5.5% in books and supplies. Services and other operating is about 13.5%, and the capital is around 7%. So for each dollar we receive, here is the breakdown of where it is spent. If we look at the unrestricted, and there's three different forms you'll see if you were to read through the SACS forms. There's unrestricted, restricted, in the summary. School districts' financial health is based on their unrestricted ending balance. That's what school districts are reviewed on primarily, because that is our primary fund of operations. And if we weren't able to hold enough funding in our unrestricted ending fund balance, that would mean we would be in fiscal issues. Fortunately, we have our revenues, we'll have an increase of about $10 million. Our unassigned, if you go down to the bottom right-hand corner, one line up, is about 7.8 million. So if we look at our components of ending fund balance, the ending fund balance is about $58 million. 250,000 of that is in stores and inventory. 40 million is assigned funds. That comes back to many of the one-time dollars that we've received that are in the unrestricted fund right now. And those are one-time, so they're not ongoing, so we can't use them for salaries because salaries continue next year and the funding will stop at some point. Then we have to hold about 3% for economic uncertainties, about 10.5 million. So we have an unassigned of about 7.8 million. So really we would look at our economic uncertainties of 10 and the unassigned amount at 7.8, combine those, and we have just short of 6% in reserves on a $400 million budget. So it's a very tight budget. If we look at other district funds, we have, for example, we're required to oversee the ASB. So this is just an accumulation of all the ASB fund accounts. Fund 9 is our AAV, that's our charter school. That's the academies of the Antelope Valley. That would be SOAR Prep and Night Prep. They are funded and operated independently from the district. Then we have our adult education fund. Similarly, it's funded and operated independent from our general fund that operates the district. Our cafeteria, special reserve, and finally capital facilities, which is developer fees. Each one of these each one of these funds has its own specific guidelines and rules and regs for spending. I like to say that school funding, our budget is like a very large pair of pants. There's about 30 pockets in there. Each pocket has funding, but each one of those pockets has rules associated with its fund, for the spending. So what we can spend out of one area, we cannot spend on it from another. Very simple on that. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have based on the first interim in this presentation.
Yes, Mr. Hawkins. I got one question about our enrollment to ADA. So just doing the math, we have 2,678 students enrolled, correct?
21,000, yes. Roughly 21,000 enrolled. That varies every day, but correct.
And so basically the gap is about 2,876 students, correct?
Correct. We're running right now about a 10% or so daily decrease from what's enrolled to what students attending.
And when we calculate it, is that monthly or daily? Is it just every day we get that number? How does that work?
We actually internally calculate it weekly or daily but the state will calculate it from the first day of school through about April 1st. And then we take that time frame and then they take the average for that time frame.
Okay, so we basically doubled our missing students since the 2018-2019 school year.
Not quite doubled. We're running around a 93, almost 94% ADA to enrollment back then, and then so now. But you're fairly accurate.
Because there's about 1,407 in 18-19, and it's 2,876
Right.
today. Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Same page actually for the ADA. Is there a way to determine that number, the 2876, I think Mr. Hughes mentioned, which school sites those kids are not showing up to? So right
Yes.
now it's a cumulative, but I would be very curious to know which school is having the truancy or the lack of, why aren't kids coming to school is my question. And I'm sure there's a load of answers, but is there a way to get that information?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
We track it by site, by grade level.
And how can we get that info?
We'll provide it to you, our most
Great.
recent.
Thank you.
Board President, can you ask whether or not we as public people can ask Mr. Hopkins? Is it again that you would have to ask for public records to get the same thing he's shared? Is that how we all can get that? Mr. Ian, I know.
Let me defer that question.
Are you referring to the presentation, Ms. Vivian?
The entire presentation, I'd like to get me a public record
Yeah.
like I requested on it, because this is interesting, all the facts that he always has. And it lets you see the picture of the money and everything. Can I do that by way of asking the public records, or we can be providing that ourselves?
Yeah, yes. It is now public, so
I think
we
he's
can
going to
make
give
it
you a
public and
copy of that
available.
right now, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. You're special every day.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm glad we're doing well. I think we can do better. ADA. All right, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the first interim finance report and certify the financial conditions of the district as positive. May I have a motion? Motion, can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Right, see. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive and review the annual developer fee report in anticipation of approving the report following the period of public review. This item.
Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, excuse me. We provide an annual report of the developer fees we receive. That was at Fund 25 I mentioned earlier. This would be the revenues we received this year, expenditures. We bring this in for the board to just receive today. We'll be back in January because the public has a opportunity to review this for a 15-day period of time. So this is a public posted notice, I'm sorry, and we'll bring it back a final for an approval in January.
Thank you. D, Business Services, Resolution Number 2022-23-14, Certification of Signatures. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2022-23-14, Certification of Signatures. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none. Voting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Approval of contract with Pacific West Energy Solutions for infrastructure modernization and utility savings program. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract with the Pacific West Energy Solution to perform the infrastructure modification or modernization and utility savings program. Can I have a motion?
Motion?
A second?
Second.
Discussion? That's all good. Seeing none, vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Item 9, approved consent agenda. A, approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education service, student services, personnel services, and business services. Actions are proposed for the consent calendar, consent agenda, and are items consistent with the adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all of the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that any item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. Anybody have anything you want to remove? No. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education services, student services, personnel services, and business services as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. So we went through all the way through 13, correct? 13 is correct.
We're now on
We're
14A.
on 14. All right, Mr. Nehan, number 14 from the board superintendent.
Thank you. Just want to say congratulations and welcome to the district to our 3 new board members. I look forward to a positive direction and a lot of momentum moving forward. And I appreciated Mr. Loa's comments about partnering with the city of Palmdale. And then to staff, I want to wish you happy holidays and take some time off, get some rest this break because we got a lot of work to do second semester. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And closed session, we'll be moving into closed session unless there's any, Ms. Grady, do you have anything to say?
Just very quickly, congratulations and welcome to the board. I look forward to working with all 3 of you. And I'm sure Ms. Nguyen will too, and I hope she's healthy and well and back with us soon. Best wishes for happy holidays to all our staff and for everyone, actually, everyone who's here. Be safe and take care, and we'll see you in January.
Thank you, Ms. Corona.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I have a broken foot, so I may be moving around weird up here. But first and foremost, thank you all for showing up today, of course, and your time is honored and valued. And also thank you to the supporters and the community that voted and believed in me and my goals for our high school district. And I very much look forward to doing the work through the lens of equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, as well as just making the best kids that we possibly can onto their future. And so I'm very much looking forward to the work. It's going to be hard, and I believe in community and partnerships and building our bridges with our board. And so I look forward to seeing many of you every meeting moving forward. So thank you. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, everything that can fall in all of that, and Happy New Year as well. And thank you for your time.
Mr. Sanchez.
Just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out here. There's a lot of people earlier, a lot of big supporters, which was very surprisingly, and it was actually very positive. It came out to be a positive event. It's going to be a pleasure for me to introduce to all the kids from here on, all the trades. It's going to be something new and a new eye opener for all the parents. I went to college. I went to university on a scholarship. It wasn't for me. And I see that I can relate to a lot of kids out there. And I want to adapt. I want to grow with these kids together. So that's something that I'm looking into. And if you guys have parents out there that are not speaking up, bring them out here. Have them speak up. You know, we want to hear everybody, not just a percentage of you guys. Okay? So thank you guys, and thank you for your support and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. I would just like to say thank you very much for all the support that we've received in our vision for this district. I really believe that I have partnered with some outstanding people up on this podium or this board. I'm really excited to roll my sleeves up and get to work. I think Ms. Corona said it all. I support what she says. I think she's an outstanding lady. Miguel is an amazing man. I think the trio here is going to bring some really great changes to this district, and I look forward. And thank you very much for believing in me and allowing me to become president of this board. And I am going to work very, very, very hard. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Reports of action taken in closed session. 15D, during closed session, the board considered employee appointment title, vice principals by a vote of 4-0. The board took action to approve the appointment of Catherine Artiga, Alicia DeBoe,
Rosmi Miranda?
Rosmi Miranda, and Viola Scott to vice principal. During closed session, the board considered final settlement and release agreement, PS 2022-23-06, U.S. District Court, Central District of California, case number 221 CV 06356 ABRAOX by a vote of 4-0. The board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. May I have a motion to approve the administrative hearing panel recommendations for student expulsions to the order of presented the expulsion of, is that 9 students?
9 students.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion, seeing none, vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. During closed session, the board considered compromise and release agreement, STS 2308208H OAH case number 20221000302. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the compromise and release agreement. I need a motion on that, or no? We're good.
That one's already done.
Okay.
That vote was taken. So now we go to item 16B.
16, a report of action taken in closed session and open session votes on administrative hearing panel recommendation. Got that.
You can jump down to B.
Adjournment. It is recommended the board adjourn the meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, second?
Second. Motion, second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Hughes,
Aye.
if you could read the highlighted portion on your script.
Which where at?
It's right here. It didn't print, the ink didn't come out on yours, so this
Okay.
is like to close the meeting.
Okay, I would like to close the meeting in memory of, thank you very much. I take back those motions in seconds. All right, we'll get there in a second. I would like to close the meeting in memory of Bonita Williams and Irene Young. Bonita Williams was hired as an instructional aide in 2003 and then began teaching in 2006. She served the district for 19 years. Irene Young was hired as a cafeteria helper in 1996 and was promoted to cafeteria manager in 2005, retiring in December 2021. She served the district for 25 years. Having a motion and a second, we will now vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay.